Alrighty. We are live. Am I tracking? Still is very upset. Also, hi Chai. Welcome in. Welcome in everybody else as well. Who I mean it this time. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. Thanks for the celebrate too, Chai.
I almost forgot.
I mean it this time when I say hopefully our last Ace Attorney stream. 8 Attorney. He's number 8. He's 8th best.
So you're gonna say someone ate the attorney.
Someone 8th. Well, I don't. The way this game is, I don't know, man. Very curious.
If you're talking about the PNG, that doesn't happen until October.
It's a special, so must wait. But yeah, last we left off. What? My model is just gonna do funky things. That's what's gonna be. It's gonna be tonight. You guys are gonna have to deal with my model deciding to move every once in a while. Real cat PNG. Yeah. Have you not witnessed this form of Soph?
Maybe not. There's this, and then there's a birthday hat version
There is.
God, wait, no, that was only a month and a half ago. Like, it was so long ago. It really wasn't.
It feels like it's so long ago.
It's been a long couple of months.
Yeah. Had a lot going on this summer.
I've been stuck at the same job for twice as long as I was supposed to.
Yeah. That really does drag on. Okay. Where did we leave off? We left off with, I believe, the revelation that the professor was probably Clint Van Sykes. Which was a big shocker. I honestly did not anticipate that one. Not that I was really digging too deep into it and really thinking that hard. I was kind of just enjoying the story as it came. And, you know, I put my 2 cents here and there whenever something kind of hits me. I'm like, oh. But I did not put 2 and 2 together about that. And what a plot twist. I'm excited that I haven't I'm excited that I haven't been spoiled by too many things. Because that was fun. So now I believe we are getting testimony from Van Sykes, aren't we? Let's see. Maybe what Clint really was. I don't know. Let's continue on. Let's see where we go. You know what? I totally did not check to see if you guys have. Okay, you guys do have audio. That's great. I knew there was something I totally forgot to check, and I was like, this would be the thing. Like, we would go through all this, and you would be hearing us, just hearing us talking, with no dramatic background music to add to the ambiance. Okay.
You have to play your own dramatic music.
Dun dun dun! Acapella dramatic music. We do indeed have the sound, do not worry. Oh, excellent. I'm so glad. Even if, you know, my model doesn't work, at least you guys can hear Me and Soph and the game. That's what's important. Okay. You know what? I warmed up my voice. I did not warm up my voice for Van Zykes, and that was probably a mistake. Let's see how low we can get. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. That was awful.
A vampire. Wait,
What?
I know what you are. Then tell me. Old Clint Van Zykes was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
I do love how I ended up with the cat who was wigging out for the most dramatic stream of the week.
I'm sorry, what?
I ended up with the PNG of a cat wigging out for the most dramatic stream I do this week.
Ah!
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. Dun
Dun
dun!
dun. Yes, thank you so much.
These dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime, growing daily to fill the dark. I thought you were going to say the air was filled with noxious fumes and also crime.
Damn.
Growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zykes made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed.
Ate attorney.
Whoa!
It was Clint that got ate.
He was a prosecutor, wasn't he?
That's true, he is a prosecutor. But still. Someone got ate.
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese.
Once again. What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isoki, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zykes mansion on his own. can only imagine how that happened between the two men. Though we know that the outcome, of course, Lord Van Zykes perished.
I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, cousin is Summer's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zykes meet the same fate. A permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you're behind it all?
It was you then. Pin the crimes on my father?
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. That's like the opposite of law and order.
Just a little.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off, you rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was a Sogi who murdered Lord Van Zykes. Now, staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I don't doubt he was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. It was him, was it? It was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply.
He threatened your life.
See, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Cosmo Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Free to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Sort of rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Yeah. Kazuma. But which did he choose?
He did it for me. Before the meme was even around.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. Protect this country's law and order at any cost. How many times are we going to say those words?
Gotta really drill it in. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mal Strongheart? He's smiling.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric Van Zykes? In the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice should return to reap justice for his sibling. Would it be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What reason?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? Oh, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lord, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it is all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Big shocker.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Lest you be visited by the Reaper.
And can he do that? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zykes. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once, really?
Yes, one day he showed up entirely covered in blood. But I didn't question it after that. Flint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Isugi still walks this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by them. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
And we should trust you, why?
for the law and order of this empire.
Yep.
Later today, I'll present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Igiari! Igiari! There we go.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
So it's not 11 o'clock. What are you talking about?
We're just ready for us to end stream to continue on to next week.
My lord! I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues.
As I usually say.
I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And to that end, a particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zykes and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
We're only 30 minutes into stream. I don't remember what we did last week. What did he say? What did he say?
It's implied that it was something that was
Just said.
relatively, just said. So I don't think it was necessarily something from last week.
I know, but my radar didn't pick up anything contradictory. Maybe that's just me. It could just be me. But I don't know if we're comparing it to something that has already been testified or laid out as an idea that we understood as a collective whole to be the truth or the possible truth for a while now. Doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong. Leaving the country dry, untouchable, it's a great turmoil. Professor Gun is terrifying rain. In the time of Professor Gun, my brother did not appear to be himself, I suspect. So it was only once, not more, only once, really. That wasn't the culprit, that was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Evidence. The third victim, the Lord Chief Justice at the time. As he would recognize my brother's potential and train him as a prosecutor. I'm thankful that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. I don't know if it's a contradiction so much as like a conflict of interest, where obviously Strongheart's not great. And Strongheart is now the Lord Chief Justice, so if the Lord Chief Justice was out of the way before, guess who gets the promotion?
Yeah.
That will do. And he cuts him off right after that, too. A contradiction. Cool, we have profiles, too. Why do we have these two again? Oh, I guess we technically started the case with them, didn't we?
Sort of. It's technically the previous episode, but...
Yes. We don't have clan as an option. Equipment's like stomach doing an autopsy. Scratching. And the papers. The only weapon I have left. Oh, well. That's curious. Strongheart said the three page. The 3 pages left. I think that's our contradiction. I'm making a save, but I think that might be our contradiction. Chai.
Contradiction is that Strongheart doesn't know how to count. It was Lord Strong. It was Strong Shirt. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said is slightly off.
Something smells.
Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Donde está?
Contradiction.
The twin twins like Snorgan Shinsugi still walks the earth.
Oh my gosh, I actually figured it out. That was quicker than we ever.
Didn't even need a guide.
I didn't even need a guide.
However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Excuse me, Lord Benzites, I mean Lord Strongheart.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke. What?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You know, because I kill people.
Try me, Reaper.
You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. 2-paged will. What?
2. 1, 2.
Yet moments ago, your precise words were... 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah.
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? No, get out. For a moment I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's mere trifle, I see.
I'm not gonna listen to your demeaning comments, Lord Strongheart. This is obviously something because you're dismissing it.
A trifle?
Sounds tasty.
Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black, who wear them like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we and I have wanted any uncomfortable words we'd written to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought not be sent.
How dare you make the decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my final's father words for me. To hear my father's final words to me.
Final father, Steve.
Yes.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
Too bad. I've been doing this for at least half the court case here.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. As her lecture suggested I do.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, my headphones cut out. They do the lovely thing where they cut out for like 10 seconds.
Ah, sweet.
Did you? I'm assuming you read this. I saw the cat light up.
Yeah.
Okay. My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings because it's evidence that could be used to make me look bad. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord! The defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son. Be read out loud before the court now.
Sorry if you wanted to read this in private, Cosmo. This is important.
Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, given a Caden. You'll read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
How can he read it if it was squiggle wiggle worms?
Hey, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord. The only Japanese word I know is konnichiwa. And I can actually read worm language. What the fuck is worm?
Worm. I think it's
Oh, right.
I think it's a spelling to help emphasize his accent for the word worm. Would you still love me if I was a worm language?
If I was a worm.
if I was if I was a worm.
Who the fuck is
Barry.
this beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. I don't know why I did that. God damn it. There was like a 75% chance it was Herlock Sholmes. I don't know why I gave him the
I know.
with the frog voice.
You know what? Sholmes could potentially be in the shadows making weird voices like that. To be noticed. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Gotta wait to take my daughter home after all. Naturally, I consider myself a member of the Jujutsu Kaisen. I can't say this word for the life of me. It hits like it hits the D I can say fine, but the Ju to the C for whatever reason does not work well with my mouth, and I constantly trip over and lisp through it.
I'll take judiciary over judicature, though.
I think I would prefer to say judicature. That's okay for my mouth. And see, my mouth. It seems like that I tend to trip over a lot of like sh or s syllables, and so whenever you mix them in weirdly, I honestly think it's just the way that my mouth is, like how my teeth is set up, because I had braces and stuff. But I didn't get my wisdom teeth out soon after my braces, and so while my mouth is more aligned than it was as a child, it's not completely aligned like it was. And so I have developed a very soft lisp for SH or S syllables in words as I've gotten older. So I think that's probably what my problem is. If you give me harder consonants, it's easier for me to say them correctly and not get tripped up with my mouth fumbling to say the sound.
Yeah. Huh.
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. I still didn't say it right, but it's fine. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Not a problem, anytime. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. And darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. I've moved to the other side of the witness stand. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Just every time we pan back to him, he's in a different spot.
Gosh damn it, you've been hanging around Sholmes way too long. You've come back to you've come back to England from Japan and you've been around him just enough now. You're fooled in his antics too.
We go back to Mikotoba. He's sitting in the jury stand. We pan back to Mikotoba. He's up behind the prosecutor's stand in the audience.
Yep. Pan back over to the judge. Pan over back to Strongheart. He's looming over Strongheart's shoulder on the judge's stand. God damn it.
Back to Mikotoba. He's in Herlock Sholmes' apartment.
Yeah.
How do we hear you from there?
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just pull the rabbit's ears twice.
Haha, it's cinema magic.
There was one last line on the note, and it was, by the way, Mikotoba keeps shuffling the witnesses around. Yeah, exactly. Genshin's final words
Like
to
names.
Genshin's final words to not only his beloved son, but fellow student abroad.
Mikotoba, do you know what'd be really funny?
Fuck with them. make them not, never let them know your next move. Mikotoba, like, I'm Ariana. I know just the guy to watch. I know just the guy to learn from.
Although that'd be a lot of fucking foresight on Genshin's part to assume that Mikotoba would be the one to read the note in the first place.
It's true. Hey, you know what? Considering how much it's Ace Attorney, two, with all the Genshin Impact connections, maybe there's a time loop. Who knows?
Aha.
Not to say Genshin has a time loop, but Genshin has something going on with time.
There was at least one time loop, sort of, with the
Yes.
Samsara.
True. That is very true.
Haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father.
What is Karma? The thing you're about to experience.
I'm not trying to say what comes around goes around, bitch. That's what karma is. The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all. It's down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that it was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
The details of the Asogi papers have been updated in the court record.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zykes tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
How dare you? I refuse to believe that my brother.
More time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since that alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Damn, dog ate my evidence.
I hate that will is a noun, but also not a noun. So it really, you gotta read the whole sentence before you go through it.
Yeah. Arg. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in some of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. I'm late to creating Dodgeball. No, you can't do that. The other judge created Dodgeball.
He did that last game, you idiot.
We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Don't phrase it like that, Chai. Not in this game.
What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And you had them killed.
Maybe you dress it up. There's nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Talk to me, Katoba.
Oh no, are you going to send your Reaper after me next?
Will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
If I recall correctly, I used the word should. Did I say I would?
I withdrew, and then I came back. For funsies.
It takes backsies. Uno reverse.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Oh. Is this even being recorded anyhow?
I would think not, but this is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo?
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over.
It's going on Discord mod power high. Damn. I'm gonna say, surely we've got to pull out karma, right?
I'm just thinking back to evidence law from Rise from the Ashes,
Oh god.
where there's like a vital piece of evidence that we had to present, but we couldn't present it yet.
Yes,
So
we
we
had to wait.
technically had to say no,
And
so we could get the yes.
the thing that's giving me
But evidence
pause
law is
any
not-
Gosh. Yeah, the case that's given me pause for any opportunity that asks me if I want to wait and see.
Wait, my lord.
Actually, hold on. Wait, Ryunosuke, hold on. Hold on.
Wait, my lord starts fiddling with the sword.
Yeah. Hold on 1 moment. Chotto mate. Chotto a minute.
Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. want to gaze on it for hours.
Telling Shahart, oh, hold on, wait a second. Starts fiddling with the blade, just stares at him for the next 3 hours.
Are you quite finished? No.
No, no,
I
no.
just wonder.
This is. There we go.
There. Yep. The head.
I wasn't thinking, okay? Wasn't thinking, okay?
Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Foosh.
Mortal foes.
Really
Mortal foe bat.
Mortal Kombat. Finish
That's the
them.
proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied in the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is at the part of the very end of the hilt. yeah, I do that, Sisto. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced kashira, I believe.
Ashura.
Kashira. Why is that word familiar? Kashira. Where have I seen that before? I feel like I've seen that as like a title for someone. Kashira.
So Mr. Suggy's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? No, the head, you idiot. You don't think.
Ah,
Look what's inside it.
is that a tightly run sheet of parchment?
I can't read this. It's a scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruto, look at the signature at the end.
Flint Van Zykes. And the date, 10 years ago on the fateful night.
So for 10 years,
Over 10.
it's been silently concealed inside Karma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clinton Van Zykes.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Did he actually bother to read the rest of it now?
Clinton Van Zykes' will has been entered into the court record. Okay, we've done that there. Before we peek at the will, and before we continue on to an even greater revelation and continuation, we've hit the top of the stream hour, so it's time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight here real quick, we will be right back with more sleuthing here in just a minute. So, see you in a minute. All right. Let us examine that will here. First off. I can examine it. It's probably gonna count. Thanks for the celebrate chai. Cannot examine it. Never mind. I guess we're jumping right back into it. There we go. Now we've waited. We've had an ad break. We've examined things. Hopefully, Lord Strongheart's going to continue to let us speak.
That was the time it took us to admire karma.
Yeah, obviously.
As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This man over here is tenaciously obnoxious in his way to doggedly continue a trial. He has definitely found something because he has dug to the bottom of the barrel. Or the bottom of the sword, if you would. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
You obviously have not witnessed nor read the case notes of all the wicked parapets brought me a note. What is it, Renosuke? What do you have? Come here, boy.
I dare say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. We never actually read the will, did we?
How can you?
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
If it be so, then, present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Oh, my wonder.
We never read it.
We couldn't read it.
Oh.
I don't think we could. I still don't think we can. No, we are not allowed to read this.
Oh, weird.
That's why I was like, it's probably just a plot point they're
goofy.
going to go through.
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament. Lord Clint Van Zykes.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, the document was lost long ago. Oh. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. It can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Why are you so upset, Strongheart? My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
Internet. It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karma?
An ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Oops. This final will and testament of claiming time.
Herlock the Sholmes here. What's this? You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country.
But it's just
You've
one
already done that.
page.
I demand that you hand it to me at once.
No.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be
You're the professor?
that you already know what's written on this page? Ah, what are you implying? What is adjourned with immediate effect? Clear the courtroom.
Bailiff, don't open the doors quite yet.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial? A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped.
You fools.
You're not allowed to use that word here. It's not for you. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then. No. For God's sake. No.
Can you be quiet? We're trying to do a trial here.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. It's the 11th hour. And I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder, knife at the ready. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zykes, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zykes estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. I guess it's just fancy word choice that threw me off on that one.
Yeah, I will not discourse versus discourse.
However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon, who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon is my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hand. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor fellow, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Nisogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
What words?
So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zyx was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you!
Lord Strongheart. A moment ago, you claimed that what court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It wasn't even a fun play on words. You weren't Apollo Justice, so you weren't even protecting justice, technically. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, is my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clinton Van Zyx, to take him down. And the original hunting dogs.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depth. Crime must be cut off at the roots. The Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak.
So
Kept wanting to ask people if they've been swimming. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Uriah took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like a wildfire.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Kenji Nasogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who?
I have a bad feeling.
Night following... the night following his mock's execution. I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku? I had been a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Sogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. He intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. Sadly, all did not go to plan. Ag.
Ah.
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed that what nobody was supposed to see. He knocked rubber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. That grave on that particular night. At last, people find out that the convict wasn't really executed. Scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Hold the trigger. Shoot.
Damn.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Called Judge Hell for a reason.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
Yeah, it's called blackmailing, dude.
Where do you sleep at night?
With 3 pillows.
so you can't hear the screams of your victims.
Past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. Do you think he ever came across a Phantom Hive?
Obviously not yet, because if he did, he would not be here any longer.
Yeah.
Especially if we meet a particular Phantom Hive after he's gained a certain manservant.
Feel like that whole thing was a lot earlier in history?
It was probably around the same time.
Okay.
Maybe I would say it could potentially. Who knows where we're sitting exactly, right? We're sitting somewhere at the end of the 1800s or the early 1900s. Because if we're going off of not only the time period it feels like, but also if we're talking about the treaty between Japan and Britain, that happened at the turn of the 20th century. It happened over that at the very end of the 19th, going into the 20th century. It was somewhere around that time. So if we're pitting us, that's where we're pitting ourselves historically. And if I remember correctly, I believe Black Butler takes place sometime in the 1880s. Late 1880s, I believe. I can't remember exact date, and I can't pinpoint what evidence I have to prove that, but for whatever reason, I feel like I've seen like 1880 something as a date somewhere in that series. So it could be around the same time.
It was 19th century with Queen Victoria, who died in 1901.
Okay, yeah.
It couldn't be further from the truth. Fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zyke from dishonor in his death.
Really now, he penned a
You
will.
didn't duel him.
Yeah, you didn't duel him. Don't you dare put words in Clint Van Zyke's dead mouth.
Well, it's behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals?
Stop. Quit pitting words. Quit pitting words in Clint's mouth, so.
We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without Reaper. Or fire. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Implementing the Reaper wasn't a big deal, but adding this scale of fire was the biggest thing I had to fight for, and I finally got it implemented. Do you see how hard I have struggled and toiled for this?
I'm just a poor little boy. Why won't you understand?
Quit ooh-wooing, it's not cute on you. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zyke's here who's worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Van Zyke's like, wow, he actually said something nice about me.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Isogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for quitting country. I'm tired of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Gar. Gargura? Gag.
Wow. Get that name out of your mouth too, Strongheart. We don't want to hear that name. I don't know anything about Gargura, but I don't want it in your mouth.
In fact, just don't talk anymore.
Yeah, can we just can we cut your tongue out and make you what are they called? Why are you smacking like a seal?
Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
Gant moment for real, honestly.
Right. What are you talking about? He did the same thing.
Yeah.
I just was going to get through it before I commented because he won't stop. Those delightfully great expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Sorry, I can't take you seriously.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Bargaining with a knife?
I'll make you a trade offer. I won't stab you in the neck if you do what I say.
Pretty
It's
compelling.
bargaining.
Very compelling.
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know. That to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
Yeah, we just leave that up to the Phantom Hives. Get your nose out of it.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. Pulling a Bill Nye on me, consider the following. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations would become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learned that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself.
See, this is the situation we got into 10 years ago. But we didn't want to disclose that. We made it so far, and now you're trying to sugarcoat it and skirt your way around this.
So if we send Strongheart to the gallows but just don't tell nobody, then it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Easy.
He decided to step down from his position. We've got a new Lord Chief Justice now.
It's Wagga High.
Best option. Waggy, best Lord Chief Justice.
That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Briggson's life. That is all that is expected at this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order.
Dum dum.
And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, say you. Wasn't there another guy in the witness stand?
Yeah, Mr. Daly apparently left. Well, Mr. Daly and Governor Caden left.
Yeah.
Mikatoba shenanigans. He's moved to the other side of the witness stand again. I totally forgot to notice that.
Are you hearing this?
Is that a rhetorical question, Mr. Naruhodo?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
Mikatoba shuffled them out as per the will's instructions. Yep. Genshin saw it in the very 10 years ago.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
Because that's how it works. Obviously.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. And so he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Kill him.
Ryunosuke.
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I don't know who'd be presenting evidence against is the thing.
I know. I don't know. Like, what do we even have?
Although it says use evidence, not present evidence. Which could mean use the Benoit.
I'm sorry, use the what?
The bunny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, didn't it?
He made another comment on it before he
did.
left.
I've saved.
Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in the court is hard evidence.
Not soft evidence.
Behold this bunny.
But Mr. Naruto, what evidence? I can't fucking speak. What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there's ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Buddy! Oh my! Yes, Mr. Shum asked if you had that with you earlier.
Yeah!
Manui!
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes! Heave! I don't think I can pull that out. Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto.
I'm peeking through the door that is ajar once more.
Because I'm over here. Just drops down from the ceiling.
Mr. Naruto! He's...
Oh my god.
It's Mr. Sholmes!
We're going to look over, and Mikutoba's hat just lifts slightly, and Sholmes is like, hello.
Damn shenanigans between you two!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
What is going on? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Me here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put the man in irons! Good luck with that, idiot.
Zoom.
This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Oh my god, I've seen a gif of this and I thought someone was editing something just for fun. What the?
What?
We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him.
I think that dance is new? Like they just made it for this part.
I think so. Going to be a little shit.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will.
Oh man, and we're not even using a... Oh god, that was that was like 6 months ago. I can't even remember what it's called. The little thing you look in, and you're essentially looking cross-eyed at it.
I was gonna say bifocals, but that's not right.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like bifocals.
Stereoscope. I think.
Stereoscope. That does sound familiar. Something scope. Stereoscope probably. Hatsune Sholmes, yeah. And he's doing a little dance for you. All he has to do is start singing. Oh my god.
Oh, no, he's the one doing it.
Oh no!
Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. I must congratulate you on your Instagram. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
How does this have anything to do with the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Right. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
You know what?
That's what all the prep was for.
What?
That's what all their prep was about.
Ah, yes.
So, I had half spoiled myself. I thought I had spoiled myself. There is an alternate costume for Ionosuke that is like themed after like the motif of Sholmes' outfit with like the clovers on it.
Yeah.
I was like, ah, yes. What they're getting ready for today is that outfit. We're finally going to see it. And then I looked it up like a week ago, and I was like, nope, that was a DLC item. That is not at all to do with the story.
Oh. Interesting.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And, so incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stands to steady himself after your shock arrival. I too would do that if Sholmes just instantly appeared behind me.
Yeah. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. I don't think he's necessarily warned so much as just puts up with his antics the best.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you! He's gonna say the F word.
Oh no.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. You're stupid.
What?
Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking.
Where exactly are you?
Very question I was awaiting!
Ah, he gets it. None of you guys understand at all.
I'm inside your pocket! I'm at present enjoying the air of a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Izuto? I've never heard of it. How have you been here this long?
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
I try my best not to. It makes me sad.
That's fair.
Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Who's that?
Mr. Enos, Mr. Naruhodo, please!
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? Nani? What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be! I mean, no. This sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? One apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings.
Huh, so I decided to enlighten her.
So, I decided to enlighten her. Everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her. I've also invented the television.
Mm.
Indeed! By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
Cinematograph? Cinematograph. I know Sho said we do a bit of tattling. we gotta bring in Her Majesty the Mother.
You meddling kids and your dog.
You were the one that had the dog at your hands.
Yeah, Toby.
That's true, we do have Toby. Toby's good. This is some kind of nightmare. Oh dear God.
This really would be his fucking nightmare.
It would. He's
He's not talking at all about the fact that the Queen found out. He's talking about the fact that Sholmes could appear anywhere.
Yeah, it's fine if the Queen found out. You know, like Vinzex is gonna go home tonight and he's gonna have a nightmare, and it's not gonna be of his mother as his brother, of his brother as a murderer. It's gonna be that no matter where he goes, it's gonna be a holograph of Sholmes, like just randomly appearing and pestering him everywhere he goes, and he's gonna wake up in a cold sweat, be like, oh my God. Constantly looking over his shoulder, waiting for him to show up again.
It's Van Zykes in a pitch black void. Nothing around. No sound. In the distance, he just sees a little orange blip.
Oh God.
And it gets closer. It's Herlock Sholmes dancing toward him, getting larger.
Just imagine.
And as he's about to be overcome, he wakes up.
He wakes up. Imagine that one, which I don't know the circumstances, I just seen it going around and it is further instilled my phobia of the blue badger, but that one screen cap, I feel like I probably shared it with you, so just because I'm like, oh my God. That one screen cap from Miles Edgeworth's Investigations where he's like walking down a dark hallway and there's a guy in a blue badger suit holding like some sort of staff or sword above him, about to strike him. It's that, but it's Van Zykes in his home in the dark, and Sholmes. Not trying to kill him, just like, ooh.
Sholmes invented the Blue Badger music just to torture Van Zykes.
No! Van Zykes has a backrooms dream, except Sholmes is an entity haunting him. So this is where the backrooms originated. God, I hate that screenshot, child. I don't even know what it's like. I don't even know what it's like the context, and I hate it. I can't. It has haunted me for a decade. It has haunted me for a decade.
Blue Badger theme park too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a Blue Badger theme park. Oh my God, Sholmes with an air horn. Oh God, Van Zykes' worst nightmare. Anyway.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
We can't play investigations after this. I need some time for my heart to continue to heal before I see the Blue Badger again.
Does the Blue Badger not show up in the other trilogy?
No, I have no clue. I sure hope it doesn't. But I know it shows up quite a bit in investigations, at least for one particular trial, at least. Or not trial, but case? Question mark? I don't know if they're trials or not, but You don't mean...
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, the trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You, me, Sholmes,
Ah, you've recognized me, sir.
everywhere. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion.
They're like Sophs. They're everywhere, probably, you know, maybe not in your walls, but at least on your walls. And, you know, are just full of knowledge.
We get maximum coverage. I get inside the walls.
There you go.
Sholmes gets on the walls. We relay information to each other. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there might be stream fuckery. It's
Uh,
still going, but I think I had a couple buffers in there.
Yeah. OBS is saying red right now. I don't know why. Blame my internet. Always blame my internet.
Yeah.
It's always my fault. My edit looks maybe a little jittery. I don't know what the audio sounds like. But it looks like we're still going.
I mean, Shai isn't in there, so. Oh, god damn it. That took me a
God.
moment.
Clang, clang, clang!
That's how we communicate with each other.
Oh god, no! You ain't gonna get any sleep cause of me! Bomb!
You know the whole thing about how cats adopted meowing to communicate with humans?
Yeah.
As like a form of mimicry?
Oh no.
We only talk so that we can talk with other people. We use pots and pans we use pans to communicate with each other.
Oh dear.
Like cats that chitter to each other.
Yep. Audio's fine, just a bit of stream delay is all. Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do about my shitty internet, so... I don't know, for whatever reason, it seemed like... So, stream was doing fine earlier, and then my model was like, no! I can't move, why would I be able to do that? And now my model's like, oh, we're gonna be responsive, we're not gonna disconnect, we're gonna be very good. Very cute. And then stream's just been sitting at, like, bouncing between light green to orange to red for, like, the last 30 minutes, I think.
That's that time. Yes, I should say. Did I ever explain the Pam Sholmes thing to you before?
Yeah, the vials.
Yeah,
Hmm.
okay. I must confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh god. Oh dear god.
I was merely being raided by Luxarial.
Hi, Lex! Welcome in! Oh my god, now stream's buffering. This is great. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Stream Scuff! Welcome to Stream Scuff! Hi, raiders! Welcome in! Thank you for raiding, Lux. You're playing Shining Resonance Refrain. What is that? I've never heard of Shining Resonance Refrain. I hope you had a good time streaming. I'll introduce myself for you guys real quick, just in case you guys don't know who I am. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital artist, meaning I'm here to create shiny memories with you all tonight. And tonight we are doing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are on the precipice of resolving final case. So if you guys don't mind spoilers,
feel free to stick around and, you know, hang out with us, you know, get a drink of water if you need to, or if you need to sleep, by all means, please do so. But Soph and I are doing funny little voices and having a good time.
Oh, hey, Chai, welcome in.
Oh my gosh, Shai, welcome in! I'm so glad you were able to make it to our last Great Ace Attorney stream. It's just a pleasure to have you. I was so worried you wouldn't make it in time before we ended. Whoa, what a cool stream to too. Nah, you know, it's a cool stream. We've got a talking cat. That's probably the highlight here.
Wagga hi.
Yeah, Waga, hi. Did you hear he's going to be the new Lord Chief Justice soon?
On my end with the stream, I just now saw the notification for Let's Rating.
Oh no. Okay. You know what? We're gonna take like 5 guys. It's the top of the stream hour, so we're gonna go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So hang tight. I'm gonna poke at my internet. I don't know if there's really anything I can do, but at the very least, I can go monitor it. So maybe if I look at it long enough, it'll be like, oh, okay, we'll get our shit together. Okay, sorry, ma'am. We'll do it. So if you guys want to hang tight here real quick, we'll be right back after a few minutes. So, see you in just a minute. All right. Well, we're back. Thanks for the celebrate. So, oh my God, you land one and run.
Yes.
It's my hat. It's my hat. I will wear it. Oh no, it left. I don't know how long the delay is from when we've technically left and we've technically come back, but or when we come back to you guys. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why it's upset. Theoretically, it should be fun.
I do think it's about 3 minutes.
Yeah. It sucks. We're right at the very end. I want you guys to be able to be a part of it with us. Get your shit together, internet. You are connected through a wire to the wall. What is your problem? This is upsetting. This is very upsetting. I would go back to Existential Gaze Michi than not be able to stream. Because at the very least, I can still talk to you all.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, here we are. 13.2% dropped frames. What?
Vicky.
Vicky. Oh, Vicky.
So
Oh God.
it is the same queen from, that implies that this would have been late 1800s rather than early 1900s.
Yeah. Victoria. Okay. We're gonna keep going and pray that the internet gets its shit together and allows you guys to join us in the future. Or I guess the present. You guys are in the past for me. Okay.
Time shenanigans.
Time shenanigans. We talked about a time loop earlier, so that's what it is. Anyway, I definitely didn't prep my voice for Iris.
I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. With immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart
Shall be revoked.
is hereby revoked forevermore. Ah. Furthermore, be prosecuted for crimes against this country in a public trial by jury in coming days. Randomly chosen.
Yep. The jury stand is gonna be Ryunosuke, Kazuma. Well, I guess they're not his countrymen. It'll be Sholmes. It'll be who else do we know? It'll be Gina. It'll be it'll be Maria. I think that's her name, right? Maria Gori.
Yeah.
Yep. It's probably an internet issue, Lux. My internet really sucks. As I speak to from 3 minutes into the future. I was looking at my task manager and nothing is overtaxed right now. Everything is sitting at about 50% or lower.
You got a lot of new stuff recently, too.
I do. But I don't know if that would really be taxing the stream out necessarily.
Time shenanigans.
Yeah, time shenanigans.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire.
Justice is this justice. I almost said justice in this thick country.
Justice in this country need to be administered from the shadows at all. Just get yourself some loud defense attorneys, you'll be fine.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. I've shined my light stick on the truth. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
His light stick?
I can't remember the exact term. The thing you use to cheer on idols.
Okay, yeah, okay, I thought so. I was just like, wait, hold on. Are we about to start wodoing or something? Like, are we wodoing in
Yes.
the courtroom?
Yeah. It pans to Schultz, and he's wounded dancing while bailiffs try to catch him.
Yeah, he's got two light sticks, heads down, swishing his arm back and forth. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 get him out of here! Starts doing a chant.
Adjourned, 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 adjourned. Court is adjourned.
Stop that. You're gonna break the judge's stand and get held on trial for that too. Oh, yeah.
My God, he's dead.
Oh my god. Help, I've fallen and I can't get up.
All right.
Oh no. Oh, I was about to say, I thought it was gonna tip over. Oh no!
Oh my God.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh my God.
Wow. Oh dear.
What a way to go.
Yeah, went out in a blaze. Oh, he's still alive. Damn.
Lightly toasted.
Lightly toasted. Also, yes, Lex, my ISP is not the greatest to start with. We only have a copper cable out here, and even still, it's not super great. And even still, the the modem router's on the other end of the house, like the access point to get into it. So I'm also over a power line adapter, which had been working perfectly fine up until now. So I have to assume it's just the internet in general tonight. I'm sure if I try to get on my Wi-Fi, it's not going to work at all, versus very, very minorly that it usually does.
I honestly thought he was going to get stabbed by the guilty plate.
Yeah. I guess we got more expedition to go through here, but that would have been poetic. Oh my gosh, Sholmes with a Mikotowa happy coat and blue and pink light sticks for Uniskate Susato. That would have been great. He is ready to go Moto in. Still alive, damn, yeah. It clicks my tongue. Damn.
Lord Clint Van Sykes left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will is all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, still eluded me.
Got sent back to Japan. I don't want to jinx it. We might not have delay anymore. Hold on.
We have to tell people to refresh the stream and then wait 3 minutes.
We might not have delay anymore. I sure hope so. Well, at the very least, we can continue forth. They'll catch up to us.
Never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. If you just read the other page of the will and had a modicum of capacity to solve a riddle, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. He's probably ashamed.
Lesson delay! Yay! In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What?
We just read the important parts, so indict him.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
So he is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Van Zykes.
Clint.
Is Clint Iris's dad?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. How strong are you? You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku on a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak.
I was going to become a god.
He seems to think so. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. I thought he was going to say it took him 10 years to make his PowerPoint. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine.
Unless I'm talking to you about my 12 points and 153 reasons. Then we can be 3 hours late to a meeting.
And I was just a step away.
If it wasn't for your meddling kids. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Oh, Mr. Repet, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor and proceedings now. The reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. You say that like it's a metaphor. Hi, hello. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend,
Oh my
Santa
gosh!
Claus himself.
It's a Christmas miracle!
My lord.
Yo ho ho ho! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east.
Hazama is so cute.
Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present at the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You are too kind, my lord. I just do my job.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. What if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change? This might just be the man to do it.
You hated me for like 2 to 3 cases. What?
Doesn't mean he didn't think it in the first case. He wasn't as aggressive in the first case, hence why I had hopes that hopefully the prosecution would actually be nice.
No, it's an ace attorney game.
It's an ace attorney game. They give you hope and they snatch it away from you.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't have loved my indeed.
I can't speak tonight. I just like, I get into the voice and I relax into the voice and then my mouth just goes to the words because I've relaxed too much.
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge that possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. From the first trial where we faced each other, I knew that I was in love. But I couldn't admit it because I'm Sundere. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesy on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Vincennes. It's so touching. Look at him confess his love.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met.
He was indeed impressed by your willingness to pursue McGilded despite him being your client, as he was he's referring to. Probably. I just remember I was very much, I had hope from the first case we had against him. Like, it seemed like he was actually there to pursue the truth, you know? Like, it felt like Edgeworth after we finally got Edgeworth to realize there's more to prosecution than getting the win, you know? And so I was like, oh, this is great. We don't have to go through this. And I'm just like, gosh dang it. At least you're not as bad as Edgeworth was in the beginning, but still, like, Van Dyke shakes fist at the air. Strongheart just doesn't put me in the mood for yaoi for some reason. I don't know why. Why would that be? I don't know. I'm sorry, did you read the signs? Okay.
My fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. The friends I made along the way. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place, even though he was dead halfway through.
But he got me on the path.
My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zykes, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, Iris. The exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Schwartz. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
Yeah. And Iris, the best support I could have ever had. Backed by unpopular demand, you? Unpopular demand, I don't know about that. Welcome in, Alan. How are you doing tonight?
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. I'm the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh my god.
The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. But there always has to be like a moral of this story at the end of an Ace Attorney game.
I feel like that's just how it is. They're dramatic like that.
Yeah. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true.
You know,
Lightly toasted Strongheart is watching all of this happen.
You know, honestly, like, not only just the fun mysteries and the fun characters, but I tend to find a lot of the content that I consume that I find like fulfilling has some point to the plot of the moral of the story. So it's par for the course that I would enjoy this.
Both Queen Victoria and the turn of the century get mentioned several times.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be like right before the 19th century, I think.
Right before the 19th
Or,
century?
right before the 1900s. It always fucks me up.
I know.
I'm a math guy. It fucks me up.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the 19th century, right before the 1900s.
So somewhere from the late 1800s to early 1900s. So we're assuming
Well,
early 1900s because of the turn of the century.
Queen Vicky died in 1901, so
That's true. This is also fiction, so we could be stretching her life out just a little bit. Hey, maybe it's 1900. She's about to die.
in truth, this game was actually penned back in like 1890.
Damn.
And they didn't have the technology to make it yet, so they just held onto the manuscript for like 1,000 years, 100 years. Wow.
Wow. Finally, the future is here. The past is here,
Yeah.
technically. Amazing.
So they didn't know when Queen Victoria was going to die.
That's
They just
true.
figured she was going to live forever because that's how queens work, right? Right.
Yeah, because obviously that was the first queen that they've ever had and hadn't had any other, monarchs and eras. Like,
No, that's
obviously.
ridiculous.
No, that's absolutely ridiculous. Why would you ever think that? Why would I ever think that?
They were like, we got modern medicine now. That means immortality, right? Right.
We have alchemists now.
Just drink everything that you can find on Sholmes' belt, and it'll probably do something.
One of them exploded and hurt him.
Because it got shot.
Okay, the catalyst is a bullet. I see. Okay.
Yeah, so just don't drink a bullet too.
I see. I'll try not to.
Now that we're past Strongheart, we're back in true form.
Yes. Strongheart was really putting a dampener on us, you know. But hey, we made it through the storm. We're back. We're back on top again.
The female partner is the smart one, and we just kind of make shit up as we go.
Yes. She's a smart one that can listen to the male lead whisper under his breath, and continue to give him guidance based off of some of his off-base thoughts. Susato is very useful. She's not just there to be pretty.
That's my job.
You're here to be pretty, yeah. That's why we have you front and center.
That's right.
Not front and center, but you know, like you're very prominent for like outside of the game. You know, added to the overlay here. I know. Sorry.
I do love. I'm just like staring bewilderedly at chat.
She also did lawyering of her own. Susato is a great female protagonist with us. You know, a side character. Not even a side character. Supporting, heavily supporting, a compatriot of our own. She doesn't have to have superpowers. She's amazing.
A compatriot of our own. A CEO2? Instead of AO3?
An archive of our own. A compatriot of our own. She did not wear a kimono when she was a lawyer. She wore...
I guess it'd be ACO3, not ACO2. Yeah.
ACO3, yep. It's where she, compatriot run. It's a website she's created here now in the future where she posts all the content. You know, we're her dad, you know, penned down all his travels and cases with Sholmes. Susato is like, I'm more modern than my dad. Not only am I going to be a woman lawyering, I'm going to create a website where people can freely post their fictional interpretations of how they would like characters to, you know, or you know, people in general to be together. She has her AUs. She has her AUs for all the shit she has witnessed being in London. Okay. Did you read this?
So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Hey, Nosuke, there ain't nothing straight about you.
You were doomed from the beginning, my friend. Not with Cosmo looking at like looking at you like that from across the room.
Oh, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Miss Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Like your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act.
We did it! I didn't think it was possible. He was just so stoic, but we did it.
Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, till our paths cross again somewhere.
Poor Vinzykes. Those nightmares are not getting any better.
Well then. It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Merrick Van Zykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Merrick Van Zykes.
Now we've
Bam.
officially gotten them all.
Yeah.
Woo! Don't do that. This place has burned before. We just had a fire in here. Don't shoot those off in here.
Surprised nothing did burn after the explosion.
Yeah.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
You know, maybe they started fireproofing the place a little bit better after the Gilded incident. So
To be fair, even with the McGilded incident, the only thing that burned was that car.
yeah, it was only the little carriage thing, the omnibus. Strongheart couldn't afford the fireproofing layer on his scales. Omnibus. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant is antechamber.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show. It really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
I'm just so tired.
I got Van Zykes off, but does anyone want to get Naruhodo off? No.
Cosmo just pops up. I got you, buddy.
I got you, partner.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain.
Oh gosh.
I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, maybe you can kiss it to make it better. I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zyk's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Yep. Miss Susato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
He's just got resting bitch face, don't worry about it.
He hasn't smiled ever since college.
He hasn't smiled since his murderer's brother died. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. Were you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today? Well, it's quite remarkable.
He's gonna propose.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. Yeah, that was pretty fucked up. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. with that. That was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
The
Oh.
cat-faced light. Sorry. The cat-faced lighting up when Soph says, "Yeah, that was pretty fucked up." Was so good.
I mean, it's gonna be even better in October.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma.
Hmm. What are you doing smiling at another man, Ryunosuke?
It's Susato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zykes? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Vincent. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect. Shh, not yet. They've got to resolve their feelings first, and then we can let the curtain fall.
Your words mean more to me than you couldn't know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh god.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. Who is Iris's father?
Was that?
I should have waited a beat. That would have been funnier. The will that Lord Clint Van Zykes wrote before his duel with my father.
So he is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. I rest my clue. Clint Van Zykes.
What can the second of his final wishes have been?
And your father agreed to honor, you mean?
Sholmes.
I think perhaps.
Ah, no.
I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? I guess Shroom is having tea right now.
That's true. But I wouldn't be surprised if his hologram showed up again, though. Or even
Yeah.
him. He could be sprinting full speed from Buckingham Palace all the way here to be like, I must be here in person.
Father.
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, say sure, and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me.
You would say that. That is a very Sholm Station thing to say.
Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry.
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. Birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you are her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. I'm only man. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish.
You're right! Oh
After I
my
stabbed him.
god!
My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you... Tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. No one did ever tell you that life was going to be this way.
Alright then. Come with the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon.
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin.
Right. I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmouth, in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep at the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor in the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville!
You mean the one was the wife of Lord Van Sykes?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said he could invest everything into his wife. So he must have been she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clinton Van Zykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had asked my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
I must be happy. Really. All it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
He stabbed you! He's a tsundere! It's how
All
he
I can think
shows
of
his
is-
love!
All I can think of is that meme of committed genocide. He was obvious. Yep, he was ovulated. Help!
Oh?
I guess the fact that Chai and I are on the same page.
Did you read this line?
Oh?
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words,
Name of my mother. I am a Mikotoba.
oh. We have to find someone named Ayame.
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris. We still have to tell her that her parents are dead.
Damn. I had no idea.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo! What's wrong?
The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard.
Oh god!
Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Loud and clear! You didn't have to grab my ass, Sholmes.
Miss Sholmes, is that you? Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Quit grabbing my ass!
It's revenge. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let there be a lesson to you.
Oh no. Oh no, from anywhere. Oh no, we're just gonna get rid of that rabbit.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to properly thank you before. We were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Oh god. I love you, Iris. I've been speaking as Van Sykes, Mikotoma, and fuck Kazuma.
Reina! Susie!
Oh, Iris.
I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
I feel like we're supposed to stop calling it that.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. I'm very busy.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
But it's different this time.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I'll give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
So formal.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
And that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Damn. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Ben Sykes, would you care to accompany me? I'm not leaving
Back to my place.
Is it back to my place, or I'm not leaving you alone in Ryunosuke's care? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Sykes.
Quit now, we don't need the mushy goodbyes. I've already said my thanks. Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor cases. Once that's done, the Van Sykes family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man who once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
I know, yeah, he's coming to Japan. We're gonna get, obviously.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
Your plump, kissable lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
So horrible. Asma Shogi.
Nishugi.
Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
I don't know about that.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
I read that as he's the only one who matured.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I think one of my favorite things to do during stream is have my Susato voice and absolutely burn the shit out of whoever I'm speaking about.
Like in the nicest way and be like, yep, he's the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Most certainly, you got that right on. Spot on.
Super sweet burns. Okay, before we continue further, because we're probably going to have a little bit more after trial stuff here, we are hitting the top of the hour, so it is time for us to take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys, and so we can all finish this off together without any ads interrupting us. Let's take ad break. So, I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. We're
Yeah.
back to time off then.
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must.
Thanks for the celebrate, Asfar. Welcome in.
Oh!
Hello.
You've made it right at the end.
You've made it to the very end here.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future.
Fourth November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Sholmes is suite.
Mom,
Oh, tadaima. Okaeri.
bag.
About time you got here. Been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, isn't it? Gotta go with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
How did you not meet? You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your own expectations. Take down every detail you get over. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Why are those words highlighted in orange?
He's his partner.
Partner. Eyeball.
Iris, you got two dads.
Technically 3, but don't worry about it.
So Mikitoba and Sholmes are married. That means that Iris and Susato would be sisters.
They're sisters!
There we go!
There we go! Oh my gosh, they could still get to be sisters! This is great. This is amazing.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes. I was there.
I say, Mikitoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I know it's been 10 years since the last time we'd, adventured together, but, remember, Sholmes, I was there with you this time. I wonder why that is, hmm? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. He's got something going on in his mind, doesn't he?
Just a little bit.
It's hard not to feel privileged to see it.
Probably the opium.
Good bit. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Mikitoba, I'm finally back from Bailey. Some moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Miss Sister awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Sister looking so happy in a very long time.
Erna, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat.
Time to fill me boots. Please don't put your food in your boots.
We have plates.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup, I'm losing my compass clobber and going back to what I know best. The divers laugh for me.
You're really leaving the police force? Why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
Did Shams get his pheasant this time? You did good, Shams. You got your pheasant this time. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept Diver 10 dick, is he?
well, people can change, you know.
Yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of that man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Grigson's career alive.
Inspector Lestrade?
By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, in ours. I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
About that.
Good luck with that.
All right then,
People do great.
it's decided. I'll do it, and I'll swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. Oh well.
Terrifying. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
For Shulms to even say that.
I didn't know you were a necromancer.
Oh my gosh. Let's let, oh gosh. Oh, I'm gonna ruin this euphemism. I don't even know where I was going with this. For whatever reason, I want to say let's let dead dogs lay. Isn't it supposed to be like,
Oh.
isn't let sleeping dogs lie? I think that's what it was. Never mind. I
Yeah.
ruined this.
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. With so many people. Ellie, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
But anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realised my real daddies are Ellie and Professor Mickey. My daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. Also, your dad is dead.
Hurley? Oh, thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
How many times are they gonna make you say daddy?
I'm not thinking about it. I'm really leaning into the Irish voice, and I'm just not thinking about it. I'm acting.
I think, Mikateba.
You do? Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh.
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. Is this a proposal? During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I had the most pleasing expression of gratitude in them all. I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
That poor Stradivarius.
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Maybe make it 2.
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too, with my greatest family.
Fourth November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now, the time has come. And so have I. Time to bid this place farewell.
Ah, thank goodness you're just gay. You've been so pent up since the trial.
Naruhodo.
Ah, wrong Mikatoba.
Oh, Professor.
I should have known. He calls him Naruhodo-san or Mr. Naruhodo. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zykes.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zykes' final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at time to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate the insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zykes. And to make matters worse, Susanna knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville name emblem. Sorry, I don't know why I saw the word name somewhere. And the word family at that. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susanna might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susuto-san came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story. I mean,
Shom sent it to me. That was before Susuto left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susuto came across it, of course.
ah,
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
so you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
Also, good night, Lux. Thanks for braiding in. Thanks for hanging out with us. Please have a good speed. See you next time.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
Are you sure about that?
John Cena returns.
I'm really only here as a substitute for Cosma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended.
Yeah, but not as a defense attorney, bro.
Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma Tsusto-san and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in the right direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but I was aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Till today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. It's kind of creepy.
Tsusto-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
And I heard everything.
That you're leaving me.
Did you,
Yes, I heard every single word.
hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
Yeah. So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide. Oh my god. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Yes, you mumbled it under your breath.
Yeah.
Susto-san.
Yes.
I suppose this means that has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. Certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't.
Naruhodo-san, just say it. You're mumbling under your breath again.
I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
But Susato-san. Do you hear that, Soseki? Thank you.
Hello, Crash. Welcome in.
Hello.
We're nearing the end of our story here.
This is where the last one ended.
It is. Susato makes me. I love Susato. Honestly, like, not that Maya wasn't great. I love Maya for different reasons, but it's been really pleasant to play Susato because she has that kind of let's go energy, but at the same time, Maya just feels so chaotic that it's stressful. She's so extroverted. Susato has a sense of introversion about her, and I'm like, oh, thank you.
There was a much bigger emphasis in the Phoenix trilogy on tropes,
Mm-hmm.
whereas there was a bigger emphasis in this duology on actually just writing a character.
Yeah. Yes. I really appreciate Susato. Not only that, for the time period too. Not to say that she can't be, a go-getter. Obviously, she's a go-getter. She lawyered in court. She's a judicial assistant. Her father set her up to, study in college and stuff like that. Like, but I don't know. She has like the prim and proper, calm, reserved qualities of a Japanese woman. Like, it's pleasant. I personally like it as someone who's not. I'm Maya the not pyrotechnic. I was supposed to say kleptomaniac. I'm going to steal this. What do you think about that, Nick? Like, I do think Susato's probably my favorite assistant character. I only have Maya to go off of, but I quite like Susato. There's many things about her that I really like. 7th of November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover. Quayside?
Can't believe this day has finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise.
You better take that little bunny rabbit so we can talk to each other anytime, anywhere.
And so, your boyfriend can pinch your ass?
Iris would never say that.
Don't talk about my daddy like that.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I was giving him Naruto's voice, because I'm smart.
I'm just going to say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
But the professor is dead. Oh, that one. Alright, Iris, you do that. Trouble on the air horn.
Oh, Shoal, stop! Shoal, you're gonna give Van Sykes nightmares from the Port of Dover!
佐藤さん。
お荷物はすべて船室に運び込みました。旅立ちにふさわしい素晴らしい朝でございますね。
佐藤さん、今まで本当にお世話になりました。麻生木によろしく伝えてくれますか。
それはご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
なるほど。
麻生木、どうして。
No, for whatever reason, they seem to refer to them to each other by their last names without like an honorific sometimes. And they will, for whatever reason, like Asolgi, it's actually Kazuma, or Naruhodo, is Ryunosuke. I don't know.
Yeah.
Westernization, localization, awesome. At least they brought it over. I can't complain. They brought it over after so many years.
親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。
ありがとう。女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。
うん。どうやらそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。
あ、でも弁護士同士じゃ向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。
俺は検事になる。しばらくはバンジークス教の下で勉強する。そしていずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。
そうか。
なるほど。一つ頼みがあるのだが。
なんだ。
今しばらくこいつを持っていてくれないか。
カルマ、どうし
Is
て。
this a proposal?
I don't know.
俺は見てしまった。あの日、俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。あの刑事と対峙した最後の時、瞬きにも満たぬほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。人の心に救う魔物、そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。俺はその事実を永遠にこの胸に刻む。そして その魔物に見入られた者たちとこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。
それがお前の覚悟ということか。
Said the word.
俺が
Roll the credits.
自らの中に住む魔物を切り
Don't let him
捨て
finish, just roll the credits for the end.
これは貴様に託す。受け取ってくれ。
ああ、わかった。確かに預かっておく。
Gosh. What a roller coaster ride for them.
それではその日まで僕は僕の道を行くよ。
なるほど様。
How long has she been saying Naruhodo-sama? This localization. Shaking my
これ
head.
からなるほど様が進まれてゆくその道、私がお供してはお邪魔でございましょうか。
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。でも佐藤さんは
思った通りだな。
あ葬儀。
本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。なるほど。
思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。
あの日バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻、彼女は一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。
御言葉教授と話したあの日。
なるほどと共に日本へ。
はい、勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
それを言うためにわざわざ。義理がたいことだな。それであいつはなんと。
あの方は何もおっしゃりません。もしかしたらご迷惑なのかも。
あいつも義理がたい男だ。言えるはずがないだろう。あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
Yes, it is important to talk and communicate. Communication is important. Don't stuff it away. Don't brush it under the rug. Important.
はい。
佐藤さん、
いかがでしょうか。なるほど様。
No.
No. Stay with Cosmo. I'm going alone.
佐藤さんが隣にいればどんな法廷でも怖くありません。これからも僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか。
This is the proposal.
This is the proposal, yes. You know, he's gotta have descendants somehow.
よろしくお願い
Just
True.
saying. Just saying.
僕の方こそ2日っぷりでは負けませんよ。わあ！
どうかされましたか。
でも佐藤さんの荷物はもう出航の時間です。
あ それならば心配ございません。
I was hoping you'd say yes, so I packed it ahead of time and brought it with me.
スサタの荷物はすでに船に積み込んでございますので。
If you said no, I was just gonna say, oh, well, I'm gonna go home to visit my dad for a while.
さすが優秀なホーム女子だな。
I don't know why it kills me that it's like spelled out like that. It just like scrolls across the screen as a sound effect when obviously, yes, the sound is happening.
なるほどくん、そろそろ出航の時間なの。
It sounds like Klee.
ファイトだよ。
Thank you for the fight today. Thank you for the honk.
I couldn't remember which honk was which.
It's okay. There we
そ
go.
れで
Ah,
は行くがいい。達者でな。なるほど。
It goes through all the honks.
it's so long. I can't remember which one was the goose.
遊び。
I think it's
Ken
just
will nuke it.
honk without a period. Isn't there one? There you go.
Use it on the plates.
Ryusuke. Ryusuke. Don't smile like that, Cosma.
Are those flowers just like a British thing, I wonder?
Flowers?
There's flowers on his outfit. And they're reminiscent of the floral designs on Sholmes' outfit.
いつ
I
か
don't know.
僕たちの道が再び交差するとき、お前と琴の葉の刃を交わすことになるだろう。その時を待っている弁護士として。
その言葉を聞きたかった。相棒。
They did it. They finally crossed swords.
Damn.
それ
In
では
front of everyone else at that
Matao.
too. Oh my
Asaki.
god.
ああ、必ずな。なるほど。
ホームズさん、本当にお世話になりました。
It'll forever be funny to me. They say Holmes in
お世話をしたものだよ、
Japanese.
君。
Oh gosh, I forgot his voice suddenly.
このご恩は一生忘れません。
忘れられてたまるか。ぜひ思い出してほしいものだな。今度僕が君たちの国にお邪魔した時にね。実はこいつは意外に知られていない事実なのだが、
Migutoba and I are actually getting married.
この地球はね、思ったよりも狭いのだよ。
いつかぜひ日本に来てください。
その時はもう全力で歓迎いたしますとも。
それなら私も行くの。
そうと決まったらしばしのお別れだね、諸君。
It's not goodbye. It's see you later.
これで僕の物語はおしまいだ。不思議な運命で地球の裏側まで旅をした僕は、一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い旅のどこかできっとまた彼らに出会う日が来る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかってゆく。だがホームズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。彼らに会いたくなったらそっと目を閉じればいいのさ。
私はそっと目を閉じる。その時、私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
異議あり。
また会おうね、なるほどくん。
Was there supposed to be more?
I don't know. I don't know if I have DLC, to be honest.
I meant like, I didn't know if they were gonna make another game.
No.
I've been thoroughly inundated with the inquiries about my remote cinema but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and will have promised closed court secrecy.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I've decided an absence in London is in order. Sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. The standard wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Yeah, the crush texts are so fast. It's like this in all the games, if I remember correctly.
It is. The one we played.
I got a note to Happy the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Harry cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. And he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
I'm afraid to read chat. I'm gonna miss something. Lost left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now. A to Z. Oh, Lord. It's clear load of stuff up. Boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for London's nurse. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Loop.
Hmm?
The little loop in the music. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. I might be a divert heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me that I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detecting a la Gregson, as they say. Fucking smirk.
Oh no.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of Minister. Objection, oblique overstatement. Overruled. The Minister has been changed. Anyway, who's this cat? God, you guys are hard to read.
Oh really? My friend Sister-san is the British courtroom of all time or something or other.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
God, Ray. She's so cute. I love her design.
could have slowed down just a little.
A little.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
She's gonna go introduce the concept of Guru over there.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear university friend. Sent me a very nice letter saying he'd show me around and everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I booked the splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish and film here sometimes.
Yeah, everyone's going to Japan. They gotta go visit now. Ryunosuke's allowed. He's the main character.
When I went to make the wax for confession at the Kirianza cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even on the witness stand at the highest court of the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the resource, there's nothing we two girls would not do.
This is just like a game of recall to try to remember all the voices.
Yeah.
Assessing our memory.
Everybody calls me gossip. I sell drunk little tidbits to pass by.
Everyone calls me a pepino, and I said the spaghetti. It's more red than something.
Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily. How charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karim on your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Wah, 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 wah.
Ha 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 ha. Good thing the credits are rolling. A colored picture? I'm sorry? In this day and age? Must have been a show.
Wagai!
Wagai!
He's hanging out with the other cat.
What?
The cats were hanging out.
The cat's what?
My portrait was next to Wagai.
Oh yes. Iris' invention, I'm sure. Yeah, probably an Iris invention. Oh, Ray, you're so cute. Fortunately, none of these voice actors are relevant to our playthrough.
I'll just have to do it again with Ari in English.
There you go.
Oh, it sounds like she's playing through the first game on her own. If she can ever get past Ben's legs.
This is a cute game. I knew I'd like it, but I really did enjoy it. New twist, with the same familiar feel. Oh god, I forgot about this guy.
Yeah.
You got it, Saseki. Is Wacky coming with us? Oh, everyone's coming with this, aren't they? We're now blocking Shums and what I presume to be Iris. And Waggy. Pray forgive this courtesy.
Sandwich. That man has a fucking axe?
Yeah, he does. Hey, Toby. Oh my god.
Okay, so they reuse the dance at least.
Huh?
They reuse the dance at least.
Yes. And you're all by yourself.
Okay.
As are you. Quit Gant clapping. It's definitely something you can check off stream if you want, but the little in-between extra episodes are really fun. Definitely had to peek at them. Kazuma! Oh no. They're crossing swords again. In front of everybody.
This too is yelling. Oh, Switch is falling asleep.
The Switch was like, no, we can't show this again. And back to where we started. Classic Phoenix expression. Finn. Why does maybe it's the glow in the coloring? I don't know what. It gives me like vaporwave vibes. I don't know why, but it
Haven't
does.
heard that name in years. Special content.
The angular hairstyle doesn't help either.
Are technically past the top of the hour.
We are technically past top of the hour. I have it snoozed. Just because I
Okay.
knew we were at the very end here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take our break here real quick, and we'll kind of poke around here for a little bit. Shai, how long are the... I'm going to assume it's probably escapades or little side stories. How long are those? Are they just little fun one-offs, or like they a bit longer than just like a little short thing? They're not long? Do you think we could do it within an hour? I'm not sure if you watched all of them together, how long they'd last, but each is short. Probably, yeah. Okay. At the very least, we can shoot for it. Worst case scenario, we don't finish them. And that's fine with me. We can... well, I don't know if I want to do that because then I'd have so many other things right now. I'd be like, we can do that at the start before we start Apollo Justice. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to have the switch going with Apollo Justice going and transferring everything. Get everything reset
And also
up.
we'd have Arya with us.
Yeah.
Most
That's
likely.
true, yeah. We shouldn't do that with Arya. Can't spoil Arya. But yeah,
Also, if you click on Taylor, no, we can get back.
I'm sorry, what?
The Taylor should tell you whether or not you have DLC.
Ah, yeah. Yes,
This is the
indeed.
extra.
Indeed. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take ad break here real quick so we don't get interrupted on our exploration of the special content. So if you guys will hang tight here real quick, we will be right back with some super duper special extra content. See you guys in a minute. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and advance the stuff. I know we didn't get all the medals. Thanks for the honk, the Great Ace Attorney. Oh, and thanks for the Celebrate Try. For being awarded all other awards, I assume? We're not the Great Ace Attorney,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
We're the okay Ace Attorney.
Yeah, we're the okay Ace Attorney. Hence why we had to pull up the walkthrough. Episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the stand. I'm like, why is that one silver? Because it's a fun one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. For completing all the extra. Okay, we'll get another one. For playing the game in all the outfits. You can play the game in the outfits. You can shift. That's great. Ace of Spades for having dug around to find probably find all the arguments about shovels and what trowels or something. Spades and shovels.
Spades.
For having wrung your hand. Oh my gosh, there was ladders and step ladders in this too. That's great. Inconsistencies here. For having successfully this is great. I can read about as much as you guys can. For successfully presenting evidence during the first cross-examination that occurs in both Ace Attorney Adventures and Great Ace Attorney to Resolve. For having successfully presented for successfully pressing a witness during the first case examination. Okay. Her lock-in for having read every new something on Iris's blackboard.
I didn't even know we could.
I didn't either. Healthy Curiosity for having thoroughly examined something medical report card inside blank. Episode 1 of Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Pillow Perfectionist for having examined the bed in episode 2 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Damn. Okay, we gotta leave at the time we thought he was dead, we couldn't look into the intimacies of Ryunosuke and Kazuma and their bed when Cosmo was dead, after all. That's a disgrace. Hunter for having identified the mill is something responsible for the victim's hat? Episode 3? Don't know. Hi Cogrunner, welcome in. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing tonight? Soph and I, we finished up Ace Attorney and we're going through the special stuff right now. Second rate strings.
I will say, is this all of the medals, or does it go down?
I think this is it. Yeah.
Because you were worried about time for the other extra stuff.
I know, yeah. I zoom in, talking with Iris. Strings. The woman.
The Skulkin Brothers.
The Skulkin Brothers? Karma. Best chips in town! Inspirational Roots. Representing the art band, the Lord Band song is episode 3. Yes! Yes! The Noodler! Oh gosh. Down in 1. Before it falls. Father Frustrator. Interesting. Okay. Let's take a peek at the outfits. Iris' homemade suit. Mom's Japanese jumble mix? Oh my god. I've seen this.
He still has the vowels.
He still has the vials. They're imperative. Ryunosuke's looks the best. I like his. Thank you. Okay. Rand's magazine.
That's a lot.
Huh?
That's a lot.
That is a lot. They're only a couple minutes, so then fingers crossed. Let's go now. First name story, it's fine. That's fine. We've played through everything. 22nd November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature. Defendant sentence chamber.
Just look at my priceless treasure now. Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed. The repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from this resplendent surface again.
Fine. And you have it back in your possession at least. You should be grateful, old man.
How dare you? Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who defraud a senior citizen of his priceless treasures.
Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't.
Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get that Zabuton cushion there as well?
Hold on a second. Sorry about that. There was a knock at my door.
Wait.
I was enlisted to help with many sewing projects in the past 2 days, and so a child was like, "Is it gonna be done by Saturday? Can I please be done by Saturday before my game?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got you."
No. I won't go to jail! Never! Imagine if I did. The very next day, the boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him.
Using the child to protect myself, I call that an absolute cowardice.
Oh, really? Unless you employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic, The only way to fight an enemy who's using underhand tactics is with a tit-for-tat strategy.
Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa.
Enough of this insubordination! What do you want, man?
Oh, please, don't mind me. I'm making a pillow fort. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the white-eyed criminal from the trial before? White-eyed, perhaps, but criminal, no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others, Sam? Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is...
Any luck? Did you find it?
No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Cosmo.
You really are a liability, Ryunosuke.
Report at once! Have you lost something? Is that it?
Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when...
I realized that my university pen badge was missing. University pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see.
Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable.
Thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the steak.
Yep, that's an old tale.
A parable of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone else has stolen it.
Look how the old man looks at him. Don't look at me. I don't just find any metal objects irresistible, you know?
Is that a raccoon?
Imagine what would happen if little Trooper Ido here sold something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Yunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me.
Yes, I don't remember my student number.
I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it?
Third, actually.
Third time's a charm, I guess. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face last time this happened.
Ah, yes. I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it?
You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it.
Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits?
Yume isn't exactly a long-established university now. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits.
Well, that might help, I suppose.
That might help? Ryusuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3.
Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment.
Oh my god.
Yes, well, anyway, young man. Myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today.
Oh, you mean me?
A lawyer already, before you've even graduated. Such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean?
Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here.
Indeed. What? By me? This is the first I've heard about it.
I fell head over Achilles heel for you. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest.
Speech contest. Ooh, that.
Contestants had to take the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech.
And yours is great. Made a huge impression on the audience.
Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you.
Yes, you did.
Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, damn, he's hot. This cheeky, wide-eyed, no-hoper is out of his depth. He's gonna be a pushover.
That's your version of not being rude, is it?
Well, I paid for my complacency, because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line,
Ash, what happened at the very last line?
it was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up.
Ever.
You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Ryunosuke, you'd better say. I still can't get my tongue around it. Oh my god.
There.
Oh
Still gonna call it
my
perfect.
god.
They rape themselves.
We're also at the very beginning of the story too, so
Yeah.
this was when they were they did not shy away.
I can still recall it perfectly. Well, you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety.
And what went wrong?
What indeed. Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words.
In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself.
Very well then, I shall. Ahem, ahem. So rise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial pile. Impossible.
The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. That's a mood, Kazuma. By the end of it, I was on my knees. Sorry. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle me. Oh, that's not my line.
And that's when the audience started to heckle you.
Yeah.
Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth.
Jigoku, if you would. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word perfect speech with a perfect ending. Oh my god. Hey, Ryunosuke, how did it go again?
Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that?
I mean, talk about stating the obvious. The fact is, I lost that speech.
Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. That final fight for filial piety, especially.
And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety. Ugh! I couldn't even finish the sentence!
At least you're going to Great Britain soon. Might not come up much there. It just keeps going.
Well, anyway. Having lost at a cursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. You just gave me a bronze smile and said, "Speaking fast is my hobby." I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that?
Do you think you could take your hand off your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. It's me on streams.
After that, you started talking to me After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. It's okay. It's okay, Chai. I'm enjoying it. It's alright. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't.
You're right. I really can't.
Speaking fast is just sort of a hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on.
Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai sword swiped silently sideways. Yeah, she had a decrepit tongue and an alien frame, so his mind can find its way around that one. Why do we have to keep phrasing it that way? I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. Can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it.
You just say please.
Kazuma. Isn't that right, Kazuma?
You just say. You truly do hate me, don't you? I'm not good with my tongue, Ryunosuke.
Oh, no.
Swift samurai Ugh!
Elaborating this by word 2.
It's not just the samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ida the finer points of swordplay. This wordplay nonsense, Private!
Come to think of it. How long after that we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And go out for ramen after class.
And go to each other's
And we got into the
dorm rooms.
debate, that debate about family values. Sukiyaki place on campus, do you remember?
Yes, the argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well.
Oh, was it?
In any case, I remember everything about you, Ryunosuke. I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this. My red Hachimaki headband. It's showing my resolve.
Sorry, Kazuma.
Yes.
You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath?
Because it'll always remind me of that smug look on your face as you utter those tantalizing words.
Sorry. What words? You mean another tongue twister?
I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled. But in the end, I mastered it. I mastered using my tongue, Ryunosuke.
Mastered what?
Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There. Word perfect, see? Why are none of you impressed? I've worked very hard at this.
I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. The story behind your headband, I mean.
Well, now you know. Because I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. All because of you, Naruhodo.
Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than that shock you've just given me now.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the twin blister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it.
Huh?
It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Swords, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. The fact that it was panned twice is what got me there.
Yeah. Wait, what? Red pet. Ugh.
Seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours.
It's still flowing, you're just saying. It's not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead.
Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. The cheeks are glowing redder than your Hachimake.
Why do so many words have to be so similar?
So, leaving for to Great Britain then? Where you allowed to deliver speeches in court in English?
I suppose. I can always shell seashells on the seashore. Oh god.
Sure.
Oh goodness, here. I suppose I can always shell seashells on the seashore. That's cute. Is that the end? We're in the void. Okay.
Weird.
Oh god, it's so sucky. Okay, let's pick two. I don't know which two I want to do though. Do you have a preference what you would like to do?
No.
We'll start with this one. I want to do Van Dykes. Date unknown. The Old Bailey courtroom.
He's the flower.
It's hard.
His court is now in session with the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh dear.
This is a most extraordinary case of murder. Counsels, I assume I may proceed? Yes, my lord. The defense is ready.
At your discretion, my lord.
Very well, I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case.
The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night when the ground was blanketed with snow. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Indeed. The now famous address of number 221B Baker Street, was it?
The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but will henceforth endure infamy for this grim crime.
Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated in the accused sofa. My word. But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, when Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of this room completely. yourself, Counsel. The victim. True, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and kitchen.
I've come to the realization. I said I want to do this one, but I can be Van Zykes. And I'm only gonna be Van Zykes.
Yet, having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger, Iris, would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of a scientific society in the city. I am afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim the victim vanished herself, but really... It seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance to your suite. As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time from the inside. Right, true, Inspector. As such, I can see with considerable surety the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about, aha, yes. She could have snuck out through a window.
The windows in the room were not locked. It's true. And the victim had the opportunity. However,
There was snow all around the building outside. Not a patch of it had been disturbed.
would my learned friend care to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail?
So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed. Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. Summoned this gentleman, who resides in the attic, a room of my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes had said. I reached the yard. This very detective happened to be there. Ah, well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back from some important business.
Important?
Reaper things, you know.
Can't say that word.
And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to the Baker Street together. At the time, there were no footprints in the snow around the building, other than the ones we'd made. Do I take it then, Counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place? No, my lord. I went straight up to bed in my own room in the attic.
Inspector Gregson, however, was met with the most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rosie, motionless.
The victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector. No, my lord. Not dead, but not far off it. I must all remain in strength to say these dying words. That rotter, Sholmes, would be the death of me. Yes, I overheard that remark at the time too, delivered in a rasping voice full of malice. No.
Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account?
Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job of summarizing the salient points. Sholmes with the death in me. Damning departing words indeed.
In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
The defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. She could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was. Oh yes, of course. Did I never mention it to you? I'd extend an invitation to her that evening, if she's loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly becomes a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great.
It appears then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his heuristic guest. Permanently.
Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mysteries surrounding the case? I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail footprints, for example. That's right. The crime described by the prosecution could never have happened.
Yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here.
Nonsense. What have I overlooked?
The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning.
Oh man, Vanzax, do you read the rants?
Ag.
So, Mr. Sholmes, you will have no difficulty in explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name.
Sholmes was just bored and decided to let himself get caught so he could have a show in the courtroom.
Well, of course. Were I to put my mind to the matter, the crime would immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is no. Even I can't think of a way that crime like that could be committed. Back in word.
Let the accused's admission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man...
Vanzax is trying to get him to confess to the crime by stroking his ego.
claims to know exactly how it was done.
Hold on, that's very fragile. Thank you, counsels. I believe I heard more than enough to proceed to my adjudication. The accused great detective did, in some inscrutable manner, willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. I therefore find the defendant this man be taken from this courtroom and, in some equally inscrutable manner, be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
Well,
My lord, please. Truth about the mysteries surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective.
What's this?
My word, Miss Narada, you're coming along wonderfully.
See, I was bold, and I decided I was going to test you. Make you a stronger defense attorney. You're stressing me out, Mr. Sholmes.
That's Michi in character and also Michi.
me and Ryunosuke one and the same in this moment.
deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe.
Which would be, detective?
The truth to this case is known. Only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson? What? Well, I suppose, yes. You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes?
Gregson killed someone?
That you have an idea as to what actually happened that night? My dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish with not a single detail omitted.
You have spoken up sooner, please.
It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation.
Hey, Mr. Reaper. Which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder?
Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear?
Why, naturally, by the window. It was John, after all. That can't be. The room is a whole story above the street level, and anyway, no prints were found in the snow. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely. Such as flying, for instance.
Boy, are Madame Rosie's arms tired.
A fatuous notion. And where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes?
Entirely plain. The culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, that is clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death.
Do you imagine if this is Renose's fever dream nightmare? And he wakes up in a cold cell like, oh, thank goodness this was
I'm kind of
real.
wondering if it is.
Because, like, this is some off-the-wall shit that Sholmes would say. But, like, it feels just slightly off enough to be like, this is Renosuke's interpretation of what Sholmes says.
Yeah.
You forget, detective. The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa.
No doubt, because the killer carried it back there by flying. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again then? There just weren't any. Other than our own, from when we returned home ourselves. By our footprints, you refer to your own and mine. You're quite right. But there were those of another. On night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa.
What?
Good gracious, to whom do you refer, sir? A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one.
Gregson.
Unavailing? Ah, you don't mean... Indeed I do, a man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard. Namely... you, Inspector Grayson. Yeah. Arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you.
Is he looking at a trunk with him?
Waited for a suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa. He did what? But we were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We would have noticed.
He put it in his pocket dimension where he keeps all those fish and chips.
Yeah. I think it fell out. Most obvious answer. It presents itself, does it not? In fact, it is rarely, if ever, without its overcoat. It was simply conveyed in one of its many pockets.
This got to be some sort of favorite drink. Ryusuke, wake up. Ryusuke. I fail to see what makes this detective great. But I can say one thing with great certainty. A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat.
I never said it was a human. I believe you may have all fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension.
It's a bird. What?
Rosie was not a human. I beg your pardon. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Something troubles you, perhaps? Whatever gives you that idea? What sort of creature was Madame Rosie?
She was a harpy, you see.
Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course.
Right.
The most self-conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. Want to turn every conversation to a quarrel. I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet?
It talked back.
But of course! Why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordially that evening? The abode of the inspector here beside me, Lewis. Inspector Grigson's abode. But why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally. What are you? They were called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after the bird. But it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for her keeper. Prompting her to fly from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no details, of course.
Of course.
Inspector Gregson? It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I just walked through the door of my office. Never imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. Slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. So Madame Rosie, we got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. Never to move again because of me. But I never. I'd do something, and just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. Ah. I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry. I stuffed it in my coat pocket and got in the cab with the pair of you.
What could possibly have motivated me? What could have? Oh. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector?
Old Strongheart, sir.
Always Lord Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right.
You mispunish me, you say, sir. I'm not supposed to be the kid, I'm the strategist. I mean...
It was Lord Chief Justice who asked me not look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. Apparently the other birds had tried to pick on her. For the past 6 months or so, I'd been caring for her in my office at the yard. But she... When anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay, no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's going to happen. Too far off, technically.
Sure.
That's why well... The victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant on her deathbed.
That rotter. Sholmes. Will beat the death of me.
Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? Those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Will you speak of me often at your office of the yard in this disparaging manner? A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Oh, come on. I mean, have you read this month's edition of Advance magazine, eh? I'm... Sorry.
This is all absolutely true. How did it make it to the High Court of this? How did the death of a parakeet come to the Old Bailey? Oh.
Something wrong, Lord Van Sykes?
No. Nothing. I almost drifted off for a moment there.
It was Van Sykes' fever dream.
Oh. It's hard not to drift off. We've been waiting for 3 hours already.
I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Stronghold at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Winterbank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird?
Oh. Madame Rosie, you mean? She had no escape, but she's still alive. Delivered her back not long ago, actually. Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeons will accept her now.
It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been crushed in the doorway of your office. Especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person.
Sorry about that. It's Lord Strongheart's demand that... Ah, good. You're here. I can never remember what voice I give this man. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. I was telling you no escape up my PowerPoint. Oh no, my lord. No, please don't trouble yourself.
I know you're kind of being coerced right now, Gregson, but please don't incite this.
Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end.
This is how you enable problem customers, Gregson.
opening. So, let's hear it then. Your report.
The Winterbeck trial is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that John, Far Eastern lawyer, and I have some shared destiny. Oh my god. We will meet again. On that I have no doubt.
Did you see that little French Ike's? Did you? I remember she went flying off among the pigeons there. Happy as Larry she was.
Really, Inspector? You must be relieved.
Does Van Sykes POV imply Van Sykes inspections game?
Or
I don't
investigations,
know.
really.
Investigation game? I don't know. So cute though. Oh, okay. I did say 2, but I think we should call it.
Long one.
Huh?
That was a long one.
It was. They're cute. They're very cute. I want one for the for Clavier. Finds a piece of F in his tongue, baby.
That'll be a different one for me if I end up being him.
Hmm?
If I end up being Clavier, I don't think I've really done a German voice.
Yeah?
I thought that Hairbrain was going to be, but then like, no, he's from England and
Yeah.
also not written German at all. Like, okay, cool.
I'm not sure how German Clavier is written, to be honest. I only got a little bits into Apologists. I know
Okay.
I know he does say Achtung. I don't know where and what in regards, but I know that is something that he does say. But I don't know, it'll be a different change of pace from most characters that you typically, at least from what I've seen, or from Ace Attorney stuff that you voiced. Because for me, he seems very. He's like a rock star and aloof, and very much so like, yeah, I'm a nice looking, handsome, famous dude. He's pretty normal most of the time. Pat your back. What? Oh, okay. Is it Oxum?
No, there was a game that we were playing that Ari and Lux and I were playing,
Oh.
and Chai and Lux had played it before. Like, yeah, no, really close to the end, and I ended up staying up to like 3 a.m. on a work night.
Right, yeah.
I was like, guys, we need to find a stopping point. And Lux was like, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I was like, it's not
No,
fine. You
it's-
have no concept of time.
It's time to stop. Yeah. But
I
either
still
cute.
personally blame Lux for that one.
Hmm?
I still personally just blame Lux for that one, but
Mm.
Chai still feels bad about it.
But yeah, I'll probably do these on my own time. I don't know, maybe Soph and I'll do this hanging out by ourselves too. But I don't want to do another stream just for these, because there's not really much to go off of, right? Like, they're cute, and I would love to voice these. Like, I fucking love doing voice acting stuff. It's so fun, but it's not enough to really constitute a stream, and I kind of want to start fresh when we start Apollo. And if we're going to be streaming with Arya, then we kind of really do need to start fresh. So, yeah, I will have to go through these and see these cute little stories, because now I'm gonna have a great Ace Attorney shaped hole in my heart, because this was super fun. We've been doing this for almost a year. We've been doing it for mid-September, so 10.5 months.
Wow.
Wow. We've been doing it. But yeah, it is time for us to wrap up. It is after 1 for me, and I'm going into a Friday, which is so exciting. Let's see if anybody's on right now. Let's see. Gosh, Ari's been streaming for 7 hours. Waiting idol
She
party.
doesn't have me to worry about anymore.
Hmm?
She She doesn't have me to worry about.
Let's see. Let's take a peek here. You know what? We can see about reading out to Lily. It looks like Lily is currently playing. What is she playing? Oh dear.
Warhammer 40k Space Marine
Yes,
2.
there it is. I was deceived. I was deceived by the title, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at at all. This is unfamiliar territory for me. But yeah, let's read out to Lily. Let's do that. Okay, so today's Thursday, and next stream we've got planned. It's gonna be on Saturday. I think I put it for 5 o'clock Eastern time. But we'll be doing more Genshin stuff and continuing to do some Genshin stuff for the week. You can find the schedule. Oh, thank you, Soph. You can find the schedule on Twitter or on the Discord. It'll be the pinned tweet on Twitter, or you can find it in the announcement section on the Discord. So feel free to join the Discord if you want to come chat with us off stream as well. It is a good place to be. But other than that, we've got Genshin on Saturday. That'll end the week for streams planned. And since we've finished the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we will be moving on to Apollo Justice. I'm so excited. I don't know if I haven't waited specifically a decade, but it has been a decade since I've learned about Apollo. And have yet to play it. So I'm super excited to play it. I'm very excited to get started on that. So we will be getting that started up sometime soon, and Arya, I believe, is going to be joining us too. So we will have a 3-pack of voice actors to take on these new characters. So look forward to that. I'm not sure if we'll start next week or what, but we will work on getting everything scheduled and squared away. So yeah, let's go ahead. Arya's gonna be stuck with you 7 days a week now. At the very least, I get some Soph time still too. I'm not being robbed of my Soph time, so I'm okay. But yeah, so we're going to read out to Lily, who's playing Warhammer 40k. Here are the raid messages. Please collect whichever one's applicable to you. The first one is the regular one. Second one is the sub one. So please collect. I made a bookmark. No. Deny. I just want to copy paste. Please let me copy. I don't know if I can handle that much Ikemen talk. I'm sorry, so. I'm sorry, so if you're going to be playing, the main Ikemen for Apollo Justice.
That's different. Me fan writing BL in real time, whatever. It's fine.
But yeah. So collect your messages. I'm losing my brain just a little bit. I've been scattered all day. Forgetful all day. So let's go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you everyone for coming to hang out with us, you know? If this was the first time you tuned in, or if you tuned in here and there, thanks for joining us on our Great Ace Attorney journey. I don't know. Anytime I finish a game, and especially if it's like a story game, I'm like sentimental. I don't know. I already feel that kind of just like finishing a story, but the bittersweetness, you know? There's like a relief of learning everything and taking the story and enjoying it, but also the like melancholy of, oh man, it's over. But it's okay. It's okay. I still have side stories to go through, and that'll be great. I get a little bit more snippets of all these little guys that we're never going to see again, because present day they're dead already. So, I don't know why I said that. Anyway, before I keep rambling on, let's go ahead and read out to Lily. I do like what will occupy the space of my heart now. Yeah, Apollo will occupy that space of my heart. I'm pretty sure he will fulfill that need very quickly. I've been waiting for Apollo. But yes, let's go ahead and read out to Lily. thank you everyone for coming to hang out with us and chat or lurk or watch, whatever it is. We do appreciate you all coming out. It's always fun to, I guess in essence, we're performing for you guys. And I enjoy performing for you guys. So, I guess this is it. So, Michio signing off. I hope you guys have a good night, day, wherever you are. Have an excellent time. I'm going to head to sleep now, so I hope you guys have a good night. Bye, guys.
Good